And some people at the back.
But most people
are here.
Some support. Even I don't remember where my bank is. Left my bank somewhere.
The president is around and the system is failing us.
Who?
What if the president was to be around?
Eh,
Halafu system ianguke na mali.
okay.
Mtu atapoteza kazi.
Sasa ni
Gen Z itapoteza kazi.
hope kesho itakuwa
Good morning, Prof. How are you? Not bad, very good to see you. Yes, thank you. Now, in relation to some of the things you said, I would like you to kind of give some explanation, because you have many faculty members looking at areas, where some of the areas that they can work with you, especially on research, the so-called micro research, and also even the faculty at college, how can we work with them in terms of just improving some. A very good question. So at universities, well, before COVID, back home, and the best way to do this is for our colleagues at Mary Uni to provide me with a paragraph each on their area. So if I can get a consolidated, couple of pages doing this, so it can be absolutely a great business. So if I can get a quick thought, that will work, and then I can make introductions and then jump in the collaboration. That's the best way to make it. So if we can agree that you send me two sides of A4, the paragraph or the area of interest is able to the professor there knows very well about. And there are others, the Global Challenge Research Fund, the Newton Scholarships, the British Council. There are so many avenues, the Royal Society, to Imperial up to Meru. We can try to fund some of those.
Thank you very much, Prof. I don't know at this point, I might need to call Professor Moshiri. Are you following? Are you able to interact with Prof? Or I've ambushed you? Or Dr. Chase? Okay, Prof, please.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof, for the exciting presentation that you've given us about your work and the university. I got interested about exchange program. Here in Kenya, you may be aware that we've got very few universities that have got, which are endowed with equipment such as what you would find in UK. Are there any possibilities of our students getting a short-term attachment or exchange so that they can be able to learn using the best equipment within your university? And how can we utilize that?
Yeah. So the answer is yes. Actually, thank you, Prof. The answer is a big yes. But what we've done so far is more to do with staff exchange, academic staff, where they can come for a short time, they can use the labs and so on. Yeah, we have got really, as you know, sophisticated lab equipment here. So we've done it with staff. We can also do it with students, but that will be something that we need to think about carefully. So, for example, we had a visit from six students from Technical University of Kenya, who came to the UK for a week. And they came into the department for a couple of days, and I managed to obviously show them all the equipment. They tried to practice, or at least use some of them. So we can actually talk about that. But the thing that I found interesting was the academic staff, the teachers, who would come before the students, right? Why? Because if you come and use our, fluid mechanics laboratory, it's a big lab, as a lecturer, you can then think about how you could even create a miniature version or even simulate, right? So that you can actually design your lab work, your curriculum, and so on to be in line with that. So I think my advice would be to start with the lecturing staff. before we bring the students. And it will be easier for us to handle that to begin with, and then they can plan. Once they've been here and they have seen what is happening, they now can plan not only the curriculum and how they teach experimentation and so on, lab work, but also how we can bring the students over here together with them and together with their experience and knowledge of us. So my suggestion would be start with the academics, then we bring in the students. But the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Finally, I know your time running out for. As you said, you had people about 10 minutes. I'll give one more faculty member who has something to ask from.
Yes.
Or I will give it to the front row.
No, we can do one more.
The back row, anyone? Dorothy. We have Dr. Dorothy, please. At least we are practicing the ear eye problem.
EDI.
Hello, Professor from the School of Computing.
I cannot see you. I don't know where.
Yeah, my area of specialization.
Prof, can I see the doctor? I can't see. Yeah, there you are. There you are. I can see you now. I can see you now.
Thank you, Prof. As I said, my name is Dr. Dorothy from School of Computing, and my area of specialization is computer security. And I was interested in knowing if from the Imperial London College, if there is computer security, and specifically the cyber security, which is a media that is coming up. And specifically, my interest would be blockchain technology. So I wanted to know if we could collaborate in that area in terms of blockchain technology. And of course, if there is the lab where we could be able to come in and maybe, because these are new technologies, emerging technologies, or what we are calling the disruptive technologies that are coming in, and of course calling for us to really understand the move in terms of the cyber security affecting different industries, and specifically like in our country where we are a developing country. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. So I have a whole Institute of Security Science and Technology, ISST. I didn't mention it. Yes, and I'm the director of this institute.
Nice.
And cyber security, what can I say? Blockchain, IoT, all these things, AI. I think I need people like you. I need in the place. And also to say that actually I've just launched something called the Africa Center for Security, which is registered here in London, together with colleagues of mine. So what can I say? You know, write to me. I need you. Well, I won't take you from mail because that's not good. But in terms of the research area of interest, yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I'm grateful. I hope I'll be back, please.
You're welcome. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro. I think that has tickled you. And I think we will now let you give us your parting shot.
Basically, as I've always said, Prof, I think I even mentioned when we talked about it when we were at Cape Town. Kenya has what it takes from the perspective of the human capital, right? And Kenya's youth in particular. By youth, I mean, you know, that includes myself and you, Prof. You know, I'm not talking about just the 30 grand. But I do think that empowering and exchanging and sharing best practice and proactive engagement and collaboration, I would be very much interested in exploring how we can actually maximize collaboration. That's really the key. So I'm open at whatever level to be able to facilitate. By the way, for some of the competitions that I run, as you know, I chair the they're all Academy Africa programs. Mary University is a star in terms of giving us the kind of proposal that we look at. So I've got a bit of a soft spot for Mary Uni. So yeah, let's see how we can actually galvanize and collaborate and build the university so that the university can itself build its surrounding environment and then build the country and build beyond. So open to ideas, as I've said. So thank you very much for inviting me. And I wish you, I think it's today and tomorrow you're carrying on?
Yes, Paul.
Yes, I wish you all of the best, you know. Yeah, we are very hot here, by the way, 31 degrees.
Wow.
Yes, we are all sweating. Now everybody's complaining. The other day they were complaining it's too cold, now it's too hot.
So thank you very much, Prof. I think we will carry on this conversation just like where we left it in Cape Town.
Yes.
Our university is passionate. You had a visit from our DVC,
Yes.
Professor Tronera at the Imperial College.
Yes.
And they expressed our interest. You had Dr. Dorothy.
Yes.
You remember we talked that's also an area we are interested in.
Yes.
I will try and integrate you. You have Dr. Chiliswa, you have interacted earlier. He's our liaison person. So we will put this open. Collaboration is the way to go. And we can thank you more. We will keep on interacting for. So
yeah, have a good day. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mano, and the third team for organizing this day. For organizing that session, thank you.
Do we need this? I think we want to go back to our sessions. Thank you. I think we have heard from the keynote speaker. We now want to revert to our sessions. Earlier on, we split ourselves into two groups. The other group as one, because of the time lost. We decided we pay into two groups so that we can manage the day's presentations. So now we want to go straight to where we stopped. We were moving to the second presenter. Now I welcome Mohammed Ali. Mohammed Ali is going to present on FICO waste management practices and the performance along sanitation services chain in Marsabit town. So kindly, I want us to make our presentation in such a way that it is not like the normal proposal defense presentations. So presenters, please, as you come here, just go straight to your results and the discussions. So don't take us through the normal presentations that we do in progress, academic progress, and proposal and the defense of our thesis. Just go through to the topic, go direct to the topic of your discussion, then define the problem, go to the results, discuss the results, and make the conclusions. So that your supervisors are at this point your co-orders. Your co-orders. We are not taking them as supervisors at this moment. They are your co-orders. But when we are doing our normal business, they are your supervisors. So please tailor your presentations, go straight to your area of interest, results, discussions, and we will take, we'll do 4 consecutive presentations before we open discussions for them in order to save time. So Mohammed is ready. You take 10 minutes. We also take actually 10 minutes presentation, and we usher in another one. So the floor is yours, Mohammed.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Ali, MSc student, sanitation, cohort 1. I want to take you back growing up in Marsabit town. The area in Marsabit town was not developed when I was young, but now, due to urban development, the people from the surrounding sub-counties and also counties, they have come and settled in Marsabit town. So as a result, there has been a rapid development of commercial buildings and also houses. So I was interested in understanding how the fecal waste in Marsabit town was managed. So my area of my topic focuses on the fecal waste management practices and performance of sanitation service chain in Marsabit town. Globally, 780 million people lack safe water, and also there is a lack of sanitation, lack of access to adequate sanitation, approximately 2.5 billion people, and also the urban population is projected to rise to 6.7 billion by 2050. So these are the factors that have come into my research focuses on these three factors, and it focuses on those three areas. My problem statement, because the world is going to an area where there is lack of safe water, safe drinking water, and also so the problem in Kenya now is that 59% of people don't have access to basic safe drinking water, and also 29% don't have access to adequate sanitation. And also in Marsabit town, Marsabit County, 59% don't have access to improved source of water. My objectives, I wanted to investigate the fecal waste management practices in Marsabit town, and my specific objectives, I wanted to find out the fecal waste collection practices that urban dwellers in Marsabit town, how they collect their fecal waste, and how they dispose their fecal waste, and how they treat their fecal waste. My study design methodology, I applied the cross-sectional descriptive where I collected both qualitative and quantitative data, and my area was Marsabit town, which is in Saku sub-county, and my sampling technique, I used Taro Yamane's formula where I divided the population, the zone of Marsabit town, the 11 zones, by the total population, and multiplied by the household heads, and I found out my area. I interviewed 21 institution heads and 612 households. So we had a lot of. I did not do this work alone. I did it with my research assistants, where we went to each of those households. My results: the source of water, boreholes was the least used source of water by the respondents at 1.33%, and the highest source of water by respondents, the report was that the unprotected wells was the highest at 33.17%. And the sanitation facility, most of the respondents, they reported using pitch latrine with slab at 31.86%, and the least was composting toilet at 1.47%. The fecal waste disposal practices, most of the respondents used pitch latrine, and after they used the pitch latrine, they abandoned their pitch latrine. So most of the respondents at 70.1% abandoned their pitch latrines once they were full, and then they went and constructed another pitch latrine. So that was the most respondents reported, and the least was a flush toilet connected to septic tank at 0.33%. The fecal waste treatment, most of the respondents at 90.52% did not have treatment technology to treat their fecal waste, and 5.07% treated their fecal waste by biodigestion, and the least was 4.41%, which the respondents treated their fecal waste by suction. The discussion, flush to pitch latrine was 18.73% respondents reported, and ventilated improved pitch latrine was reported at 24.02%, and 31.86% of respondents reported using pitch latrine with slab, and 3.27% of participants had no toilet facility. Conclusion, waste collection practices were directly and indirectly influenced by economic status of the community of the respondents, where the people who were able to construct their pitch latrine, they constructed, and the respondents who did not have money to construct their toilet ended up sharing at a latrine with other people, and also they went to open defecation. And the community practiced pitch latrine with slab. That was the main form of waste collection at 31%. Also the community practiced rotational waste disposal method, where the 70% of respondents abandoned their pitch latrine once they were full, and open defecation was also still practiced by the people, mainly because of the economic status, where they did not have toilet, so they go and defecate in the open. The study recommends that because the municipality of Marsabit, the treatment technology, it has started, it is under construction, but it is not complete. But now this study recommends that future studies should find out and evaluate the sustainability of when the treatment, the sewage system will be complete, whether it will be sustainable, and whether it will help reduce the cases of waterborne diseases, and also contamination of with the human through open defecation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for your presentation. Can you begin, Makra, please? We said we are going to do 4 presentations in a row before we have a discussion on them. So we invite Teresia. Teresia, I hope you have it in a flash, or you have the presentation in your flash, or this year? Oh, you can open it. Come. So Teresia is a researcher who is going to make a presentation on the influence of operation and maintenance aspects affecting the utilization of sanitation facilities by women in Mukuru Kwarupen informal settlement. So you can log in and so as Teresia logs in, we should be having Bernard Curry. Yeah, I think you are more than ready, so that we can have your presentation. I think it could have been better if you had it in a flash disk. Or bring your laptop here. But I think because of the technical issues we experienced, we don't want to go there. Come with your flash disk. Now that it is working this way, we don't want to go where we have come from. Flash disk, or you can open your, it is there in your laptop, then we can assist you with a flash. You have it. Good. Transfer it to the other laptop. Yes. So presenters, what we need to do, send your presentation to this email so that we can make our work easier. I download them, you just come and present. You don't have to please send it, because I said we don't have to disconnect that microphone. Send all your presentations there so that you can save time doing the presentations. So send them to that email that I've shared with you. When you come here,
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. Sorry for that inconvenience. This is Teresia, the author of this research of influence of operation and maintenance to utilization of sanitation facilities by women in Mukuru Kwanjenga, Nairobi City, Kenya. My co-authors are Dorothy Kabiendo and Mary Joy Kaimuri. That is overview of the area that I did the research. That is Mukuru Kwanjenga, it is a slab, as you can see, and also the type of facilities that I was assessing. We know that SDG 6.2, it seeks to achieve access for all to sanitation facilities and hygiene by 2030 without leaving anyone behind. But we find that it is still a challenge to achieve this sanitation, that is access to sanitation facilities. And we know at times even it is very challenging to women because the services are provided, but women at times their needs, because they have specific needs, remain unmet. And therefore, because of that, I felt there is a need of doing a research on this area. Problem statement is that using or constructing a toilet and it reduces diseases, and also it provides privacy and also dignity. And also it reduces, and we know the use of the toilets or the sanitation facilities is influenced by many factors, because it is not only constructing a toilet. And we know in Mukuru kwa Jenga, it is an area that faces a lot of challenges when it comes to scarcity of water and also the drainage. And also because of the population, the facilities are commonly communally shared. And also the space. There is no space for constructing the toilets. So there is a big challenge in Mukuru kwa Ruben. And therefore, one of those factors that influence for utilization of these facilities is like operation and maintenance. And this research will help in the future for development decision making. So the objective is aimed at finding out the operation and maintenance aspect influencing utilization of sanitation facilities by women in Mukuru kwa Ruben. Those are the methodology, that's the methodology I used. Analysis, I used SPSS. This is the results and the discussion. As you can see, I was interested to know the aging group of my participants, and you can see majority are between 30 and 40. That is considered the active age. That is mainstream women who need actually the special attention when it comes to sanitation facilities. Also, you find I also was interested to know if they are informed, if they understand the need of improved sanitation services. This is the opinion they had towards the operation and maintenance of the sanitation facilities. As you can see, when I asked a question if the toilet facility is regularly cleaned, you can see less than 10% disagreed with that statement. And if the doors are properly working, it was also less than even 15%, those who disagree. And also if the facility do not smell, it is also less than 15%. If there is a container for disposal of personal hygiene products, you can see it's less than 10%. And facilities are well lit, is also less than 15%, those who disagreed. And washing facilities, less than 10 actually disagreed with the statement. And the water supply is irregular, that is even less than 5%, those who disagreed. When we come, that's the summary. You can see the summary shows that there was a general disagreement with those statements. And when we come to correlation, you can see all the factors, they were significant. That is the cleaning frequency, exhausting frequency, repairing, daily inspection, they were all significant. But the most significant one was the cleaning frequency with the correlation of 0.672. Yeah. Conclusion, operation and maintenance is very important when we come to the utilization of sanitation facilities by women. It means a regular and effective cleaning for sanitation facilities are really required. And therefore, I recommend that for those toilets, there should be a cleaning schedule and protocol, and also repairs of the broken doors and the worn-out floors. Even if they are not very strongly significant, but they are also very important because they also influence the utilization of sanitation facilities. And also during the project design process, it is important also to consider the gender mainstreaming and inclusion regarding sanitation facility projects. And that's the end.
Thank you very much, Teresia, for keeping time. Another round of applause again. Now, next we welcome Bernard Kirui. Bernard, today we will be discussing about the evaluation of excreta management across sanitation service chain using sheet flow diagram in Kericho town. So welcome, Bernard. You have 10 minutes for your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I stand by the protocol that has already been established, and my research was on evaluation of excreta management across sanitation service chain using the sheet flow diagram in Kericho town. And my name is Bernard Kirui. I co-authored this research with Dr. Wandili and Dr. Kashoka. In introduction bit, it is expected that by 2050, more than half of the population, global population, will be living in urban centers. And this means that this is a challenge because by providing sanitation services need to be planned. So without planning, there is need for providing for these adequate sanitation services, because the more people in the urban centers means there is more challenges in providing the sanitation bit. So therefore, the people who are dealing with the sanitation aspects in the urban centers need to be aware of the challenges by providing a picture of the sanitation at that particular town so that they can make decisions. As a result, in 2015, the concept of the sheet flow diagram was developed by the sheet flow diagram promotion initiatives in 2018, and this concept was developed and adopted by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And this sheet flow diagram has also been used in other countries such as Dhaka, there is Bangladesh, there is also Kampala, and other countries in Kenya. Also we have Nakuru, it has been used also in Kisumu city. The sheet flow diagram, as you can see, an example that has been done for Senegal there. The red arrows means the unmanaged sanitation, and also the green arrows means those are the ones that are safely managed. And in sanitation technologies, we have two types: the on-site sanitation technologies, and also we have the centralized sanitation technologies. In terms of the program statement, Kericho town is a town in the Rift Valley, and it is experiencing a sanitation challenge whereby the sewer which was constructed in the 1960s has experienced growth in population, and also it's an old sewer with small diameter pipes, and this sewer has been experiencing leakages all along. So it is a great challenge in Kericho. And my objective was to develop the sheet flow diagram for Kericho showing the proportions of excreta that are safely and also that are unsafely managed across the sanitation service chain in Kericho. I adopted the descriptive survey design and also the convergent mixed method design, where both qualitative and quantitative data were both gathered simultaneously. And also I based my research on an SFD tool developed by SFD Promotion Initiative, which is part of the diagnostic tools. I used purposive sampling to interview the 4 key informants in Kericho, that is a technical manager for Kericho Water Sanitation Company, and also the operator of a wastewater treatment plant, and also a decentralized treatment plant in Kericho, and the vacuum truck operator in Kericho. Also in terms of quantitative, I used a questionnaire and I interviewed 409 households using a simple random sampling in the 17 sub-locations. I clustered them in 17 sub-locations, and within the sub-location I used a simple random sampling. I also did desktop reviews and observations, whereby I traveled with one of the vacuum truck operators during the emptying exercise. The response rate, I had a 700% response, whereby 71.9% were females and 87% had at least basic education, and the majority of the households had their houses rented. In terms of the safety of excreta along the sanitation service chain, we have 24.4% using the pipe sewer, 41% using lined pits, latrines, and the unlined pit transits were 14.2%. And the 2.9%, in terms of where the dischargement go, they were 24.4% were using the pipe sewer system. The 49% were discharging the waste in the fully lined pits, which was considered safely managed. And because the water table in Kericho town is more than 200 feet below water, also that means it is safely managed when they use the pit latrines. And the 2.9% also discharged into partially lined septic tanks, and the 3.2% released to fully lined pits. Whereas some discharges to open drain, that's 1%, and the 0.7% use the discharges to open ground, which was very minimal, and some of the 2.4% were unaware of where the discharges go. I did also analysis of the efficiency of the sewer transport, and this data I collected from the leaks that was provided by the key informant interview, and I found out that the sewer, the transport of the sewer was 5.8%, and as also from the key informant interview, I found out that the septic tanks were 100% effective, and also the fecal sac emptied also was 100%, which was delivered to the treatment plant, where there were no leakages during the transportation. That is now the vacuum truck operaters that were transporting from the septic tanks to the wastewater to centralized treatment plant. Kericho town also, which is managed by Kewasco, and I was focusing on the jurisdiction of the Kewasco, that is the town. I had 9 exhausters, whereby 2 out of 6 of them were operational, and Kericho town did not have, from the Kewasco pit, because of their rules and regulations, they did not have the manual pit emptiers in Kericho town. I also, from the results of the lab that were taken to the government chemist in Kisumu, I picked the results for the period of April 2023 to from April 2022 to April 2023, and I did a comparison using the approved KNBS standards on the pH, the color, the BOD, the COD, and also all the total suspended solids, the total dissolved solids. And I found out that the BOD was not adhering to the standards, as well as the chemical oxygen demand. Also, the total coliforms was not adhering, as well as the E. coli, because these are the waste which are being discharged into the environment. So, on using the tool now for the sheet flow diagram, the software that is provided by Susana platform. I did all those inputs, what I got from the key informant interviews, as well as what I got from the reports from the wastewater treatment plant, as well as the central treatment plants. Found out that the 59% of fecal waste in Kericho town was safely managed, and 41% was not safely managed. And that means, that shows a true picture of Kericho, and which now can show the leadership of Kericho town on where to divert the resources in order to ensure that is safely managed of sanitation along in Kericho town. And also, this happens because in the wastewater treatment plant there was a direct release of the major part of it was on the problem was on the sewer system, whereby the release of the supernatant was directly released into the rivers because of the non-functioning of the pumping system. Because ideally, when the vacuum truck operators go to the sewer system, they're supposed to be pumped back into the entry point so that they can be treated properly, so that they can go to all the lagoons and be treated properly. These studies also was concurrent with the other related studies which has been done in Kisumu City, that have been done in Nakuru, as well as in Kupu towns, whereby more than 55% of the excreta management was not properly managed. And also this, the challenge extends beyond Kericho town in compliance. This one has been shown in Nairobi rivers also, reflecting inconsistent adherence to water quality standards. In conclusion, the sanitation technologies, there were prevalence of use of latrines in Kericho town, because the most parts of Kericho town was more or less rural, because the town bit is smaller, so that's why there was the latrines, the big latrines dominated the sanitation technologies in Kericho. So as we had seen that the route development of the sheet flow diagram, we had 59% being safely managed and 41% being unsafely managed. And the main reason why there was direct release of supernatant into the wastewater was because of the breaking down of the electromechanical equipment at the pumping system in the sewer system, and this was attributed to the KPLC bills in terms of pumping back this sewer system. What I we recommend therefore in Kericho town the rehabilitation of the sewer system. There's a complete overhaul, and also in terms of expanding those lagoons in the wastewater treatment plant. And we were also recommending the introduction of a special tariff for wastewater treatment plants in Kericho town, so that they can be able to manage the bills that they are in that particular area. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
A clap for panel, please. Good presentation. I think we are doing well. Can we have one more presenter before we open a session for discussions? I don't know whether these ones are present. Regan Amond, are you present? Regan? Do we have Regan? It's not present. Aaron? Aaron Kipungeno? Oh, you're there. You have sent your presentation? You haven't. You have not, eh? You have not sent. The rest, please, you can share your presentation to that email that is going around.
Chair and panelists and all the audience, good afternoon. So, my name is Aaron. I'm an MSc sanitation student, background in Bachelor's Public Health. So, my side topic was on the social-cultural factors that influence the management of shared sanitation in Nakuru Town, West Slums, Nakuru County in Kenya. So, on a background, Sustainable Development Goals 6.2 call for adequate and equitable sanitation for all, with the aim to eradicate urban defecation by 2030. However, in low-income countries, including Kenya and also in low-resource context areas, such as in slums, the sanitation access is still a challenge, which has encouraged development of various initiatives, including development of promotion of shared sanitations. However, shared sanitation is currently being used by about 500 million people globally, with high reliance in urban settings, especially in India, in Bangladesh, in Uganda, and also in Kenya, being used by around 28%. The JMB, that is Joint Monitoring Program, being under the UNICEF World Health Organization, have been given mandate to regulate and develop indicators of regulating the sanitation of each country. And based on their terms, shared sanitation is being considered as a limited service, as a temporary solution, which some scholars have agreed, some have disagreed, based on health concern, security concern. Some studies have been done trying to understand what are some of the aspects relating to the health outcome accessibility based on shared sanitation, but the concern of the management have been lessly focused on. So this study intends to also investigating the socio-cultural factors that may influence the management of shared sanitation in Nakuru Town West Slums. So the study adopted a descriptive site design using a sample size of 299 households that was selected using cluster and random sampling technique. And also the study adopted the purposive sampling to select the landlords or caretakers, also key informant or others were the community health promoters, and also the sanitation experts in those areas, including public health officers. The study used structured questionnaires, which were subjected to the reliability test and validity. Reliability was, the study used the split-up technique, and it was further analyzed using software spaces, which yield a Spearman profile of 0.84, which was considered acceptable for the analysis and also for the presentation and discussion. So data was the data collected was analyzed for descriptive statistics, presented in the form of means, frequencies, and also chi-square test, and we further analyze information using a binary logistic regression analysis. For qualitative finding was subjected to manual analysis and presented in form of a narrative form. Study also considered full consideration, including getting permit from acoustic, also the informant. The researcher seek the consent from the informant before collecting data. The confidentiality of information was also considered. On our findings, we had a 96.3% response rate to around 288 questionnaires that was recorded out of 299, with majority of respondents being female, most within the age bracket of 43.1%, and most having at least basic education. And on the aspect of the management, the study used a 5-point Likert scale question, which we were asking the questionnaires to rate the overall level of cleanliness of the sanitation facility. Those who responded to be a very dirty or fair was considered as unmanaged facilities. Those who considered to be clean and very clean were considered to be managed facilities. So from the findings, 74.7% were managed, and most of the facilities was being cleaned daily as responded by 40.6% of respondents. On the issue of if the respondent was satisfied with the facilities, 66.7% were satisfied. And also on chi-square test, there was a significant association between the user satisfaction and the management. On the aspect which we may influence the users to be satisfied or dissatisfied, the study found the main aspect of user satisfaction was the issue of cleanliness, and satisfaction, the main issue was the high number of users, and also the poor cooperation among the users of the facility. And on our objectives, socio-cultural factors, the first aspect was the number of users sharing the facility. So when we required the respondent to identify the number of households they were using a single facility, most of them, around 39.6%, recorded one facility was being used by 9 or more households, which were confirmed from the qualitative finding. Where one of the respondents asserted that in a plot, they had only 4 facilities that was being used by more than 50 households. Similar finding has been reported by CMU and other researchers. On the aspect of additional roles, the study found that 59.4% of the respondents were in accord that the additional role had an impact on the management of the shared sanitation. So on chi-square test analysis, the p-value was 0.04, which was statistically significant. And they were confirmed by the qualitative finding where one of the respondents alluded that toilets were being cleaned daily by the female household members, or which assigned household. So like the facility was only being cleaned by the female household members. That was considered as a role of only role of a female, not the role of male household members. On the aspect of the religion, it has influence on the management of shared sanitation. At a mean of 2.9, which was in this study, mean of 2 to 2.5 to 4, because this was a 4-point scale, were being considered to have influence, and 1 to 2.49 were being considered to have no influence. So from our findings, the religion had a strong influence on the management of shared sanitation. It was also statistically significant at p-value of 0.06. On the issue of cultural influences, 58.7% also perceived culture to have influence. And some of the practices were considered, but respondents were asked to identify the practices that were in place in the Nakuru West slums, with most of them 61.1% asserting on the issue of rituals and the use of the latrines. 28.5% were considering the excreta or child feces were not harmful, so which in only anatomy evidence on the use of management of the shared sanitation. On the aspect of social norm, on the study we use a 5-point scale, and most from agreed to strongly disagreed to strongly agreed, and 67% agreed that social norm have influence on the management of a shared sanitation. So, some of the management measures from social norm was also considered, including a border definition, shame, and even the penalties of action that was in place to ensure the facilities were managed. So majority, 75.7% identified boundary definition, which was also complemented by the qualitative findings that the toilets were being locked to prevent the intruders from using a shared sanitation. So in this study, we further did a regression analysis at multivariate, bivariate, and multivariate. So from bivariate analysis, any p-value with less than the indicator with p-value less than 0.25 was subjected for multivariate analysis, and it was reported at 95% confidence interval in form of adjusted odd ratios. So from our findings, from the socio-demographic aspects, the marital status had a positive significant impact with an odd ratio of 2.16. The household, the issue of the presence of children under 5 years in the household, the age bracket of that 6 to 50 was statistically significant, although they had negative association with the management of shared sanitation. On the aspect of social influences, we have the main aspect was social norm, positive influence or positive impact at 7.0, I adjusted also about 7.0. So from in our conclusion, the study found that the majority of the household study area were using a poorly managed shared facilities due to those aspects, social aspects. So the study recommended that the government and all agencies should consider developing interventions in accord with the socio-cultural aspects, and also to tailor the knowledge to use in the management of the shared sanitation. In future, the body that's regulating the sanitation in the SDGs, JMP, should consider the recognizing the shared sanitation not only being as a limited health service, but also as one of the basic services in order to promote various interventions that are climatic sustainable, and also promote various stakeholders to invest in shared sanitation facilities. So that's thank you.
A clap for you. So thank you very much, Aaron, for that presentation. Now that one makes our presentations to be 4 since we started. We had the first presentation from Mohammed, and then we had another one from Teresia, then Kirui, then another one from Aaron. Now, members, we take this opportunity to discuss on the 4 presenters. They have given us a lot, and hopefully, if there is an area that we need clarification, an area that we need to ask a question or a comment, this is the time that we can ask the presenters. So hopefully we have, still we have Mohammed in the house. Mohammed, you are there. We also have Eric Elliott. Good. And I can see Teresia, I can see also Aaron is here. So this is the opportunity we have. Maybe if I can start. I direct my first query to Bernard. Bernard, you told us that your research that you did, similar had been done in Kisumu, Nakuru, and you got similar results. What did you think, find it necessary to redo the same? You can note it down, that's mine. It is directed to Bernard. So, giving the second mic to the audience, we take a few minutes, discuss about the area.
Thank you so much, Chair. My question first goes to Mohammed. In the presentation, you happen to give some data, especially in the introduction part, the percentages. So I was wondering where you obtained that data from. Secondly, in the conclusion part, Mohammed, also you highlighted you were dealing with Marsabit town, and you concluded that perhaps it may be due to economic factors which may influence the construction of the latrines or pit latrines. I really wanted to come out clear, maybe from your research, how you concluded the economic aspect. What about the basically to help me to understand through your research how you concluded that perhaps you mentioned about money. Thank you.
Maybe for the sake of those who don't know, I don't know you, I know you.
Thank you so much. I'm Monyanj Steven. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the mic to the next query. Not answering now, we are asking.
Okay, it's an asking before my moment comes. And I direct to Mohammed. I saw your sample size. There was a variation. I saw 6, N is equals to 699. I saw N is equals to 427 or something. So maybe you give a clarification. Did you have a different sample size for different aspects or what? Then for your conclusion also, I saw there was an aspect of influence. When you measure an influence on something, the parameter, but your data was more descriptive in terms of percentages, but I never saw inferentials in terms of regressions or correlation on that. So maybe a clarification on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe you need to mention your name at least so that it can refer you directly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, my question goes to Ali. In your last slide, you made a recommendation saying that in future, maybe another research can be done on sewerage, and that it as challenges of water. Do you think sewerage system is sustainable in Marsabit, or there should be other system that can be tailored to these communities? My name is Jackson Kibet.
Thank you, Jackson. Any more query? Also, we welcome comments. Welcome comments that can assist these researchers. Umu has not received a question. I think she presented. Ask her.
It's not a question actually, but maybe you can give Eric maybe to show his slides, despite the fact that he didn't get the opportunity to learn all.
Sure. I think the majority agrees that we have Eric, you give us an opportunity to see your presentation. I give you like 5 minutes, you take us through. How do you feel? 5 minutes will be okay for you?
It's too much.
It will be too much, yeah? Go through very fast. So, be preparing us to respond to these queries. You come and take us through very quickly your presentation. before we take a lunch break. Now, I think, any more questions? Yes, you're answering, eh? Now, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. There's a question from Daktari. Thank you for the question. And the question was on the same research has been done in other towns. I mentioned Kisumu, Kubu, and also Dhaka and Bangladesh and all that. There's the tool on sheet flow diagram is a tool that is based on urban centers, and it is used as a diagnostic tool to diagnose the problems in every town, to show the challenges that every town has in terms of sanitation service, along the sanitation service chain from the user interface until the treatment. So the same the diagram has been developed for Kisumu, Kubu, and other towns in Kenya. Even Nairobi has, but none has been done in Kericho to show where the actual problem is. As you have seen in my presentation, I alluded that the main problem is on the sewer treatment. But when you go to Kisumu, the problem was not on the sewer treatment, and also in Kubu, the problem was not on the wastewater treatment. So this particular sheet flow diagram is used by the leadership, especially the county government, maybe the governor, these people who are making decisions in terms of budgeting and allocating resources to development projects in a town. So that they can see where the problem is and they can allocate appropriately the budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, anybody who wish to respond? Yes, Mohammed.
Thank you. The first question on Nyancha, the data, my reference was UNICEF 2019, and you also said on the economic factors. My conclusion, I used the results where the waste collection practices, most of the collection practices were pit latrine, and many of the respondents, after they collected they disposed their fecal waste, they abandoned their pit latrine once they were full, and the respondents, they did not have money to build another pit latrine. So that's why I say that the research concludes that the waste collection practices was based on indirectly or directly by economic status. And the sample size, it was 612 respondents, and all the households, all the results that we found were based on the 612 respondents. And the research did not focus on inferential statistics, it only focused on the descriptive statistics. That is Kiprono. And Jackson, you asked about the sewage, whether it was sustainable. But I recommended that future studies need to be done because it's not complete yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mohammed. I think so many queries were directed on your side. Any other response to the queries? Okay. Is there a query that has not been responded to? Okay, thank you. Now I give my colleague here, Rispa. She has Rosemary, sorry. She has a query.
Thank you. I'm Rosemary Madeka. And I have a question to Bernard, especially pertaining your conclusion. You were talking about KPLC bids. Was this part of your objectives?
It was not.
So it means that in your conclusion, when you are talking about your KPLC bills, it should be, you are answering the activities you are doing in your specific objectives. So you are adding more work to yourself when you are talking about KPLC bills. And generally to all the presenters, I observed that in your conclusion, some of you are talking about some things which are not in your specific objectives. Your conclusion should be numbered the same way your specific objectives are numbered. You have specific objective 1, Then you should answer it, how you have achieved it in your conclusion 1. Specific objective 2, how you have achieved it in your conclusion 2. Then specific objective 3. But most of you, that is why I've asked you if he was talking about KPLC bills, because I looked at the specific objectives and I did not see that in the objectives, but I found out it was in the conclusion. Then the other question goes to Mohammed, but I think I wrote a comment on his slides. You are talking about waste. You are talking about fecal waste. When you talk about waste in your specific objectives, waste is a broad term. Be specific. Your objectives, your specific objectives should be SMART. Thank you.
Finally, Teresia, you talked of the operation and maintenance of sanitation facilities in Mukuru by women. Are these facilities utilized by women only? Why did you leave men out?
Yeah, it is because you find in most of time sanitation facilities, they are specific needs of women, especially when we talk like the management of the waste parts and also the divers. We find it is women who carry that burden. So I find that one may not affect men so much. And also when we consider the men, we find normally a man can start somewhere and relieve themselves, but because of the way a woman is created, it's not possible just to go in an open somewhere or in a corner. It must be somewhere she feels secure and also somewhere she can also have a dignity. Yeah.
Thank you, Teresia. I think there being no more queries and comments, we can proceed for an edit break. Then we come and pick from where we are stopping. So we are starting from Pauline. Pauline, please share your presentation with the email that we have shared there. Silas Mugendi, Joseph Maina, absent. Joseph, are you present? Yeah, okay, good. Silas, good. And Pauline, I can see you. So please share the presentations. When we come back from the break, we go direct to presentations. I think we can break now. Sorry, I'm reminded. Eric, please don't go. We will start with you. So just a few minutes for the interest of people. I'm saying after the lunch break, we start with you so that people can have advantage of seeing your presentation. Thank you very much. We can proceed for a break and they come back at the break ends at 2. So at exactly 2, we will be here. At 1 minute past 2, Eric will be presenting.
on borehole water, I don't know whether this water is safe or it is close to certain facilities, it might be contaminated. So the knowledge and the data from this research is going to help the Ministry of Health to bring the gap that will reduce disease burden by poor sanitation, and also build knowledge for further research and protect the borehole water. The study used cross-sectional study design, whereby 30 boreholes and 6 households water samples were collected within a Kakala ward. These water samples, they were collected using autoclaved glass bottles and transported nearby the laboratory for analysis. The analysis was by MPN, that is most probable number, which is used to determine the number of fecal coliforms and the total coliforms. Most probable number has 2 steps. The first one is a pre-summative test, whereby you put water in a broth and see whether there is a gas which is going to be produced, or the water will turn turbid. Then the second step is confirmed test, whereby now you confirm if there was a pathogen produced. Which pathogen is this? So I concentrated with 3 pathogens, that is E. coli, Fibro coli, and Salmonella species. For E. coli, I used the MPN, that is eosine methyl blue. Fibro coli, I used thiosulfate, citrate bile salt. Then for Salmonella, I used dioxychlorate, citrate hydride. Then afterwards, the data was analyzed using the SPSS version 2022 for means and frequencies. So some of the materials used were the test tube, body tube, spreading rods, saline water and peptine water were for the growth of this microorganism before we do differential test. So from the MPN test, the presumptive test, we found that the sample from the household, all the test tubes that were carried out for samples from the household, they produced gases, and 75% of the tubes that produced gases came from the boreholes. So from the MPN, we're able to get the values of the number of the coliforms. We use a chart. And the coliforms range between 22 mpn per 100 ml of water to 2400 mpn in 100 ml of water, with a mean of 171.35 mpn per 100 ml of water. In the confirmed test and complete test, we are saying we are going to use the 3 chemicals. E. coli, to know whether E. coli was present, it is shown green metallic sheen colonies. Salmonella, there were dark and colored colonies. And for Fibro coli, we had yellow colonies. From this, the study reported 55% and 40% of the samples, they contain E. coli and Salmonella respectively. These are the results from the analysis. You can see the mean. It is 2i at 171.3. Then I did analysis of the samples and see E. coli. E. coli at 80.2%. Then 1, 2, 3 are codes. Code 1 was for E. coli. So 22.7 and all the 3 pathogens, that is E. coli, Fibro coli, and Salmonella. In a study by Rubiro et al. 2019 showed that 44% of borehole samples and 91% of households were contaminated with fecal coliforms. So from this study, you can see 75% of boreholes and 100 of households were contaminated by fecal coliforms, showing that this research, it was highly contaminated as compared to Rubiro's research. That this one could be contributed by poor storage and handling practices of borehole water. Conclusion, some pathogenic strains of E. coli, Salmonella and Fibrocoria were detected. The isolation of E. coli indicated that borehole water was contaminated by human excreta. And under recommendation, there should be periodic microbial testing of borehole water to be able to determine the quality of water, and also provide public hygiene education to the members of the community on the proper storage of water. And further study should be done on strain on Salmonella species, Fibrocoria and E. coli. And lastly, the community should be educated on proper drilling guidelines and borehole alignment. So these are the tubes I was talking about. You can see the gases. These are the tubes. Inside the tubes we have the Durham tubes. So these are the production of the gases. So once the gases were produced within these tubes, you are carrying these tubes to the next test. So the next test now we are testing whether is it E. coli present or not. So this one is E. coli. We are still going to show us green metallic sheet colonies. You can see that is E. coli. Then we have the other media that is diostolate for Salmonella to show the black colonies. Show the water was contaminated with Salmonella. And lastly, we are testing Fibrocoria. And you know whether your water is contaminated, it's good to show the yellow colonies. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline, for that presentation, and you have kept the time. Now, I call upon Eric Jerriot to come and make his presentation. As we agreed before, we said that we shall be having 4 presentations, and then later on make queries to those presentations. Hope you have noted whatever you want to ask, so that you can ask Pauline after 4 presentations are done. So Eric, we agreed you take a maximum of 5 minutes because we had listened to you earlier. You can start. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, good afternoon. So I'm Eric Jerriot, problem analysis and sanitation student, and that's my topic. I was trying to study about the role of formal and informal actors in sanitation delivery in Mukuru Karumpe. Mukuru is an informal settlement situated in Pakazi East. Okay, those are my co-authors. Okay, that's my first slide. I presented all these just from the members that they suggested that I pass through so that I can have a question, 1 or 2. So that was my background to my study. That was very much on which is the reference standard in terms of sanitation. We base our argument on the 6.2 goal, whereby you find that the line of responsibility and accountability among the actors in sanitation delivery is unclear. So it formed the basis for this study. And that is my research design. I employed a conversing approach, employing both the quantitative and qualitative data for my study, and the sample size that I used was Yamanes et al. 1967, whereby I arrived at a sample size of 100. For my key informants and those forming the focus group discussion for the qualitative study, I got 52, and it was based on the saturation point of this. So the methodology for data collection, I use questionnaire structured observation rate for the quantitative, and for focus group and key informant for the qualitative. in terms of validity and reliability, I use Wash Specialist for validation of my tools, and for reliability I use Contour whereby I had structured the questions in 4 areas: the social, demographic, information, and the role of actors. So for analysis, I use descriptive, whereby using frequency distributions and proportions. And for my inferential, I was using multiple regression analysis, correlation analysis, and this multiple regression was a stepwise. Okay, those are my findings. Because I had said it's combined both the qualitative and quantitative, those are it, a convergent approach. My findings for main providers for emptying were that a continuation of the provider for construction and installation process for this toilet. Identify that the leading provider for this case was the landlord. However, the complementary organization were attributed by the respondents stood at 2%. A continuation, that's a multiple regression analysis, the coefficient for that, the model 1, model 2. The parameter of interest was checking accountability. That's a dependent variable for this. And as a function of our cost of constructing a toilet, significantly influence our accountability in terms of the providers for sanitation facility. A continuation, that's a correlation analysis. You can see the regulatory framework of eco-sludge had a positive relationship with accountability. It's just a continuation county government commitment to sanitation. You find that the respondents rated not committed at all, and 35%, whereas the indicated 17% is highly committed. Continuation, that's of that also. That's on regulation also, is a rating. It was rated in the questionnaire, and then we can see also the findings from qualitative analysis that have been utilized. In continuation, on the coordination aspect of sanitation, you can see the majority disagree with that statement, and also we can see for the qualitative aspect of the respondents that form the key informant interview. For Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, it's a continuation on financing aspect, and that is my conclusion and recommendation on that. Okay, thank you.
A clap for him. So still we are noting down. In case of the queries, we will come to you. Now, the next presenter is Cyrus Mugendi. Cyrus today is going to present on the evaluation of project management practices of fecal sludge management in Embu County, Kenya. So Cyrus, the floor is yours. You have a 10 minutes presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mugendi Cyrus, as has been said, and my co-authors are Dr. Dorothy Kagendo and Dr. Patrick Kupai. And I'm presenting the topic of evaluation of project management practice of construction management. Also, according to Grevent 2021, it is stated that tangible development requires local leadership and control of community participation to intervene on long-term effect on projects. My problem statement is because of the management challenge in Embu Town, has been much felt despite the implementation of storage project, and this has been found in the strategic plan of water. However, still, organization also feels there is a challenge which persists, leading to suboptimal outcomes in sanitation project, whereby we find project has been started, have been done, but the completion is not very successful. So I needed to check on inadequate of stakeholder engagement. Also, despite various project management challenges in Kenya, as it has been deemed by World Bank, we find that poor coordination of stakeholders lead to insufficient project completion. So this research aims to find or fill the gap in understanding how well the stakeholder engagement increases the implementation of eco-sludge management in M County. Objective and methodology. My objective was to evaluate the effectiveness of existing stakeholders engagement strategies employed in eco-sludge management system in M County, and by doing this, identify and analyze any gaps or challenges in which the current stakeholder engagement have been affected or need to successful implementation of eco-sludge management. In my research, descriptive research was used. Target study sample size of 157 was adapted, but the population was quite big. It was 1398. The data was collected using the questionnaire and interview schedule, and the standard used stratified sampling and taking a random sample in different areas which I was focusing on. And in data analysis, I used the SPSS version 20. So the result was my data. As I had said, my sample was 157, but after using the project and need evaluation based on community priorities. So I wanted to know, when we are coming up with the project, are the people or the community, are they involved in selecting of the project? And in this I found the mean of 4.6, but you find mean of 4.6, but I find there is a big standard deviation of 0.4. It's not very big, which means still despite people are saying yes, we are involved, there are those who are still coming up and saying we were not fully engaged in this project identification. The other one was when choosing the project and the evaluation was it based according to the priorities or the need of the community. And in this one, everybody agreed. The priorities were met during the project priorities, and we find there is standard deviation of 0 and mean was 5. So that means everybody agreed. And when we come to implement the eco-sludge management, was there any teamwork with various stakeholders? And this one we find also they all agreed there was teamwork in all different stakeholders at every level. And when we come to monitoring, we find that what I found, there was standard deviation of 1 with a mean of 3.87, which is above, which was good. But we find now the mean of 1 is quite high, and this I found that yes, people agreed they were involved during the monitoring and the evaluation, but we find some more, there was a number which felt they were not fully involved in that. On the regression analysis, I found that with the factors I was looking, 57.2% agreeing that the involvement of stakeholder engagement is very key to the any sanitation project success. But we find now the remaining, that is 42%, 0.8. There are also other factors which were not studied in this study, which also affect the project implementation, apart from now the stakeholders analysis. And when I come to coefficient, I found that when there is zero involvement of stakeholders, the implementation is at unit 4. But when we increase the stakeholders engagement, we find there is increment by of 0.35 units, and in any part to increase the stakeholders engagement. Discussion, implication findings. From the descriptive statistics, reveal that the stakeholders receive high level of involvement in difficult strategy management. They strongly agree that the key stakeholders are actively engaged at all stages, and the regression analysis suggests that involving stakeholders and engaging them in difficult strategy management leads to sound project. And coefficient of statistics significance reinforces the importance of stakeholder engagement. My recommendation and conclusion: the study underscores the importance of stakeholder engagement, which align closely to community needs and expectations. Also, we foster continuous stakeholder engagement concerning the various sectors and interests of different parties in the community and the society. Also, project managers should establish effective communication channels to bring all the key actors in the project life cycle, because we found that there are those who are saying they were not involved in the monitoring and the evaluation. So it's very important for the project managers to include all the key actors, all the key stakeholders in the project, and collaborative effort will promote shared ownership. When we involve the stakeholders, when the project ends, we promote shared ownership and the addition and utilization of resources towards achieving the project goals. Thank you very much.
A clap for you. So thank you, Cyrus, for your presentation. Joseph. So welcome, Joseph. Today, Joseph is going to discuss about the influence of gender in toilet access on performance of shared sanitation facilities in slums. Start off Nanyuki. So the floor is yours, Joseph. Welcome.
Okay, thank you and good afternoon. I'm Joseph Irungu Maina, and my area that I will be presenting today is on the influence of gender in toilet access on performance of shared sanitation facilities in slums, a case of Nanyuki slums where we consolidated in Rikie B, Majengo and Kanyoni slums. My supervisors and others are Dr. Lilian M. Moria, Dr. Ereja Warubuka. On introduction, we find that the access to safe sanitation is a fundamental human right for every human being, at least to have dignified sanitation. 2, the Sustainable Development Goals, agenda number 6 emphasizes on the access to sanitation. alongside gender equality and transformation strategy to improve sanitation. That is according to United Nations 2015. Various efforts have been done to get these dignified sanitation, but we find that we still have an estimated 3.6 billion people who are still living without access to that basic sanitation facilities such as toilets and latrines. And this is also noted by a county government report that noted that this is still missing in Nyuki slums. Problem statement. We find that access to sanitation facilities in slums in relation to gender present a responsive problem that will be numerous social, health, economic, and cultural implications. Also, we find that the shared sanitation facilities, in as much they have been established in slums as a solution to enhance sanitation conditions, there still exist gender disparity and how these facilities are accessed and utilized and maintained within the slums. Then you find that women and girls face substantial barriers. That is including the access to the right toilets that are located in lonely places, which create fear of harassment and sexual assaults. The objective of the study was to examine the influence of gender in toilet access. And when it comes to access, we are referring to number one, time of the day, toilet location. We have adequate toilets and toilets that meets the need. Then on performance, on the other end, we were trying to measure, are they reducing open defecation on their accessibility and also their utilization. I used convergent design with mixed methods approach, and so a sample of 98 respondents was taken using, was arrived at using the Yamane formula. Stratified and proportionate simple random sampling for households was done. Then for focus group discussions, a purposive sampling was used. Quantitative data that was gathered was open-ended questionnaires were used with the checklist from the household heads. Then analysis was done using PSS version 25 that generated the predictive and differential statistics. For qualitative data, this one we had focus group discussions where we had selected men and women rat roles because in slums rat roles comes in handy. We had the public or health officer and a sanitation representative and also the CHVS. Then for qualitative data, it was presented using narratives. These are the results and discussion. Number one, the quantitative response rate was 100% because we administered the questionnaires on site. The females were higher at 52%, while the males were at 48%. Women, one of the reasons is that we conducted the survey during the day, and we tended to have more women in the households. And this concurred with the COPIA and others 2022, the study conducted in male slums that carried the similar findings. On toilet utilization, a majority, 77.6% of the participants reported that they utilized the shared toilets at the household level, and 22.4% of the population used other options because some of the slums areas are seaward and there are some who had private toilets in their homes. Use of shared toilets by gender, more females. That is coming that most of the respondents were females, 47.6 or more, and males at 20.4. Then there was the preference to use of the shared toilets. 74% would not prefer to use the shared sanitation, while only 25.5% preferred using the shared toilet because there were only available options. On acceptability of the shared toilets, number one, we had shared toilets. Were they acceptable for use by all? 38% is agreed, and that was at a mean of 2.43, standard deviation 1.5. Shared toilets had led to decreased in open defecation. 98%, 41% agreed, and a further 33% strongly agreed, with a mean of 3.84 in a standard deviation of 1.24. Then the presence of shared toilets had increased the use of the toilets, and these 33% agreed and a further 32% agreed. Access to adequate toilets, a mean of 2.94, standard deviation 1.74. On the statement concerned toilets adequacy was recorded, which suggests that most of the respondents disagreed. Access to toilets met sanitation needs, a total mean 2.83, SD of 1.58, and this implied that available sanitation facilities do not meet the sanitation needs of the majority of the slum residents. In conclusion, there existed gender sanitation barriers in slums which affected performance of the slum toilets. Number two, sanitation, although sanitation was amongst the important issues, it was poor in the slums and its impact varied across gender. Three, there was an equitable access to sanitation for women compared to men in the slums due to gender differences in needs. Lastly, the toilets in the slums needed to be located near the households for easy usabilities by both males and female at night, and also to guarantee users' privacy. On the recommendation, number one, the national government and the county government, the ministries of water and sanitation, to put more emphasis on provision of data on sanitation service, delivery separated by gender for transparent statistics to inform future appropriate interventions. Two, sanitation programmers to appreciate contribution of gender in sanitation, gender-related aspects, to concentrate residents from accessing or using sanitation facilities. And lastly, the ministries for both national and the county government to embrace gender mainstreaming as a way of empowering women to have strategic choices in relation to services which accommodate uniqueness for their needs, noting that the anatomy are different, and to promote healthier population. Then further studies to focus on the gender differences in relation to sanitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph. A clap for him, please. I think as we agreed, we were to have 4 presenters before we make comments, questions, and discussions. So allow me welcome one more presenter. But before that, let me recognize the presence in the room of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Romana Sodiambo is with us. Clap for him. So we are privileged to have him around in our panel. So, Regan Omondi. So today, Ligan is going to present on the influence of social factors on the promotion of safe fecal management in the flood-plain areas, a case study of Nyando sub-county. So Ligan, it's yours. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. My study is on the influence of social factors on the promotion of safe fecal management in flood-prone areas. Case study, Nyando sub-county, Kisumu, Kenya. My co-authors are Dr. Mugambi, George Mugambi, Dr. Robert Muriungi, and Dr. Lillian Moria. Background, Sustainable Development Goals, number 6, Target 2, aims to provide universal access to sanitation, including ending all forms of open defecation by 2030. Even though by 2017, a report by UNICEF and WHO 2019 noted that 672 million people globally still practiced open defecation, a population that accounted for about 9% of global population. Globally also, several efforts have been made to reduce this number. The United Nations in 2015 declared 19th November as a World Toilet Day to further reduce this number. Locally in Kenya, efforts have been made. In 2022, the government of Kenya came up with RUSAP, that is the Rural Sanitation Protocol, to guide management of public sanitation in rural areas to further reduce this number locally. The report noted 10% of our population still practice open defecation. Article 43, Subarticle 1C of our Constitution, the 2010 Constitution of Kenya, accords every Kenyan citizen decent housing and access to sanitation, which we have not realized to date. So my problem statement, the problem that motivated this study is that Nyando sub-county, which is situated in Kisumu County, experiences deluge, that is periodic flooding in bimodal seasonal rainfall, one that occurs between April and June, and another one in between October and November. That is according to Masese et al. 2016. There was a report that was done, that is the emergency response report in 2008 and 2009. The report noted outbreaks of cholera that followed a successive patterns, and they mapped out the cholera prevalences in Nyambundo sub-county alongside other sub-counties in the region that experiences floods. And this report pointed to a relationship between flooding and outbreak of sanitation-related diseases. There is a study that was done by Ouma and Koech within the same area, and noted in 2023 that the reversal rate of sanitation access was 3.1% per year. In that, if a study was done every year, then there was a reversal of 3.1%. This one, notwithstanding, in 2018, Riungu 2016 stated that Nyando sub-county had been declared open defecation free, meaning that everybody, all households within the sub-county had access to basic sanitation. But this trend has been coming down over the years. So our study was motivated to try to find out which, if social factors had influence on the reversal rate of access to sanitation in flood-prone areas, particularly in Nyando sub-county. So our objective was to examine influence of social factors on the promotion of safe fecal management in flood-prone areas, a case study of Nyando sub-county. The method I employed, divergent, convergent and mixed methods approach with a sample size of 177 respondents determined using Nyamane et al. 1967 and additional 15 focus groups discussion participants which were sampled purposively. Stratified proportionate simple random sampling was then used to apportion the samples to each of the clusters. Our clusters for this case were the administrative wards, which were the administrative units in Nyando sub-county. Quantitative data was gathered through structured questionnaires, and the analysis of quantitative data was done using SPSS version 26. Qualitative data gathered from focus group discussion. We did thematic analysis using Max QDA software to code the data into themes. Our results, the response rate was 92%, and from the demographic results, about 88% of the population had at least basic education, that is primary level. Majority of the household heads were not employed, that is 46%. That is 46%. And also the gender of the household heads, ladies were more, the female gender was more, that was 57.2%. From the response from the questionnaires, our indicators for our objective, our indicators were, measurable indicators were the level of education for the household head, the household wealth, the gender roles, household size, and beliefs. And the respondents were asked whether they believed that these parameters influenced how they manage fecal waste within their households. So the mean response, the respondents, they strongly agreed that level of education of the household head strongly influenced how fecal management was done within the household level. That's at a mean of 4.4%. Similarly, with household wealth, that is 4.21%. Then they moderately agreed on gender roles and household size, and strongly agreed on beliefs. The first two, that is the first two indicators, level of education and household wealth. This finding agrees with a study by Joshi and Amadi 2016, who stated that there is a relationship between level of education and household wealth, as the educated households had more access to more economic opportunities, and that also had a relationship with how fecal waste was managed in those households. Correlation results, that is level of education of the household heads. That one we had 0.513, and household wealth at 0.722. Then household size at 0.486. The understanding of this is that household wealth had the strongest correlation amongst the indicators with the promotion of safe fecal management in the study area. And household size had the least influence, had the least correlation with the promotion of safe fecal management in the study area. Regression analysis, this was done to establish the contribution of each of the indicators on the influence of each of the indicators of the promotion of safe fecal management in Nyando sub-county, and that is our regression equation. From this, as you can see, household wealth as a unit increase in household wealth had the strongest correlation with the dependable variable, which is the promotion of safe fecal management in the study area. We also, since it was a convergent approach, mixed, this is the results from qualitative study. These ones were coded into themes. I was able to get 4 themes. The participants were 15. The themes that were coded that formed our narratives were the themes that had more than 50% of the participants contributing to that same theme. So, from our qualitative results, gender roles did not make it to the theme because the contributing participants were less than 50%. So, as you can see, from our qualitative results, is validating our quantitative results. As you can see, household wealth, 100% of the participants, 15 out of 15, agreed that household wealth had a contribution to safe fecal promotion of safe fecal management in the study area. So, in the discussion, social factors had a positive effect on safe fecal management with the t-intercept 3.553. Then all the independent variables had a significant influence as the p-value in the regression analysis were more than 0.05. In conclusion, I conclude that the socio-economic disparities in the study area affected the promotion of safe fecal management. Number 2, affordability and community acceptance were identified as the main criteria for sanitation solution adoption amongst the households. Number 3, flooding exposes more households to open defecation and escalates harassment risks to women. Recommendations: addressing the existing socio-economic disparities is key to solving the current sanitation access inequalities in Nyando sub-county. Then there is a need for community involvement in the implementation and planning of sanitation interventions. And lastly, future studies should aim at exploring other factors that influence the promotion of safe fecal management in Nyando sub-county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A clap for him, please. Now, at this juncture, as we had agreed earlier on, we have had our 4 presenters. We have had Joseph, we have had Cyrus Mugendi, Polini, and the first one was Eric Joyote. Now, we open this chance for comments, queries, to the 4 presenters. So I can pass the mic around. So if you have a question to the 4 presenters that we have had, raise your hand and the mic will be brought to you. There's a question here.
Thank you. My question goes to the first presenter. I think her name is Pauline.
Yes.
Yeah, I do not get the following. 1, the sampling method that you used. 2, the number of samples that you collected, and the reason behind the decision to have the given number that you decided. Thank you.
Yes, I have some questions. I want to start with Cyrus. Your name, please, for the benefit of future presenters. Vitalisto. You did highlight actually on the stakeholders engagement in the management of sanitation. So I realized that in your study you didn't focus on stakeholders identification and mapping. This is very key because not all stakeholders come with the same weight. So I failed to see how you are scoring or identifying or mapping those key stakeholders. Another question to Pauline on fecal coliform. In your study, you didn't give any basis on why you are choosing the households you went for to test, and you did show the correlation between the water at source, water quality at source, and the water quality at the household level, so that you make that conclusion that the handling of that water storage containers and other practices might have contaminated the drinking water. On what Regan presented just now, I really wanted and I was focusing to see which sanitation technology was being more preferred in your area, because you are looking at the social factors and it came out as if it is general factors, but your topic was more on flood prone areas. So I was really eager to see what are these social factors will pin down to a certain popular sanitation technology in the area, or probably there is a better sanitation technology for the region which is prone to floods, which might be hindered by social aspects. So that one was missing in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vitalis. There's a question at the back.
Thank you. My name is Obiambo. I have one question for Regan. What was the independent variable? And then can you also tell me the independent variables you have, those factors? And number two, I realized you are using, you are trying to fit a regression line. So like you are using a linear regression model. So how did you test that your independent variables, no any two of them depend on each other? Because you can only have it a linear regression model when there is no dependence among the independent variables. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the two presenters, the one on Salmonella and the last presentation.
Your name, please.
Patrick Kubai, a lecturer in School of Health Sciences. Now, for the first presenter on E. coli and Salmonella, I really wanted to see the knowledge translation bit of it, because a lot of epidemiological studies have been done on Salmonella in our water sources and other sources. However, our good student has not given us the interventions or knowledge translation bit of it, because we are looking towards developing interventions like vaccines and other avenues, how the stakeholders can really be informed. The next level, of course, is the sequencing bit of it. Why have we been in this stage of Salmonella persistence in our ecosystem, despite having done so many studies in the last 20 or 30 years. So really we would want to see the experiment outcomes and outputs of what she has done. For Regan, at least I've interacted with Regan before, I really concur with what my last person who has asked a question, that is Odhiambo. When you apply these logistical regressions, computations, you really need to show us the clear-cut relationships and of the variables, that is both the independent variables or what are you really testing. That question has always come up in your presentation. I think it needs to be clarified now.
Thank you. There's one more question here. Hope the presenters, you are taking down the question because we need us to respond.
Thank you so much. Steve Monyancha. Question to Pauline in relation to the total call forms. I didn't see, and because it's out of the content, you can make your conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Maybe finally to the presenters, Cyrus Mugambi, you gave us a presentation and you took a sample size of 157 out of total population of 13,000. You talked of 13,000 or thereabout. Was this sample size sufficient to get all the data you needed from all this total population? To Joseph Minor, your presentation, you used a lot of acronyms and abbreviations, which you didn't explain them in full for the benefit of those who don't understand. Like you talked of CHPs, which we expected you to explain them in full for the benefit of our members, but you did not. Now, there being no more questions, now we accord this chance to the presenters so that you can respond to the queries. Who do we start with? Maureen.
Thank you for this time. The first question is sampling. I used a simple random method and convenience. Then on the number of samples, I used 90 samples. And how did I get this number? I used the Fisher's method, whereby you have a sample of less than 10,000, use that method. Lastly, if I do not give the correlation between the households and the source, this one, the study is basically on contamination. Is water really contaminated? So this water was a borehole water. Then water from the household was now the water test from the said boreholes. They're together. Then on some other species, there are so many of them, and there are so many tests. So I did the first 2 tests using the MPN, and I also used the biochemical test, so that you can be able to get the particular species we are talking about. Yes. Then on the count on the MPN. So on the PN, after you have done the gas production, you give the counts, then you analyze. So for this, I cannot give everything, I just give the analyzed data. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. Hope she has answered those queries satisfactorily. The next response, give it to Cyrus.
Thank you. My name is Cyrus Mugendi, and my question was stakeholder identification and mapping. Yes, this was done. In the area of study, I was doing in blueberry and carrots in Embu. And on the same, I had top managers, which were 5. There was a technical officers, there was people who were doing exhausting too, and the land runs. We were at 1978. So for top managers and CTOs, this was population because I took the whole data for the whole people. But for the land runs, I did 10%, which was that 113, 107, that's making it 157. So that one I did. And the second question, it was the sample size adequate? Yes, it was adequate because it was covering the whole area. All the people I was doing to the landlords, and they did landlord sampling. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. Next response to the questions. Yeah, that's it.
Two questions. One was on the specific technology of sanitation solution that was prevalent in Nyando sub-county. I did have observation checklist to note the sanitation practices that were prevalent. Because of time, I think I was not able to present what I have, but the majority of the sanitation solution in this area are pit latrines with, like I said, 88% of the households, they have access to basic sanitation. Of those pit latrines, about 67% of them are unimproved. Being unimproved, basically it means that they do not meet the United Nations criteria of improved sanitation in that they have slabs that are not easy to clean. What I noted is that mud is the prevalent construction materials for the slab. Most pit latrines are not lined, and the walls are largely, a majority of the pit latrine walls are constructed using iron sheets and mud, and timber is also used. This is because these are the materials, according to the respondents, which are largely available. They are not the best, and they are not the most suitable, as the government promotes improved pit latrines for use in rural areas for management of sanitation. These people in Nyando, at the time of the study, only 23.8% had adopted the government promoted sanitation solution. So my study was focused on to identifying the social reasons, the social factors that could be influencing the slow uptake also of the government promoted sanitation solution for management of fecal waste in rural areas. So it was a concoction. There are toilets, but the construction methodologies were influenced largely by social factors. So I tried to identify which ones, and if addressing them would help bridge this gap and accelerate the access of the government promoted improved pit latrine for use in the area. Also, the second question was on linear regression. Yes, we did linear regression. Before we did linear regression, we conducted a multicollinearity test, that is the interdependence between the indicators. The question, I think also, the question also wanted to know which were my independent variables. My independent variables were five. One was the level of education of the household head. Number two was household wealth. Number three was that is gender roles, that is influence of gender roles. And number four was the household size, and number five was beliefs. So we conducted multicollinearity tests on the variables, and there was no significant multicollinearity between the independent variables. That is why we generalized the findings. We generalized the equation into a linear regression model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Regan, for that response. And maybe as a follow-up question, there was a question which Dr. Kubai asked Pauline about about the knowledge translation, intervention, so now stakeholders can be involved. I didn't hear you, Pauline, responding to it. And about the sample size being sufficient. What were they questions? Those questions? They were not yours, eh? Sample size, okay, yes. Now, would you like to respond about the involvement of stakeholders and knowledge transfer?
Yeah, so in my recommendation, I said we can have further studies on a species of salmonella. Then as a researcher, what you do, you research, you get the knowledge, and you disseminate it. Then now stakeholders, now they can come in like now. You'll be like, now what can I do with your study? So on stakeholders involvement, there are people will be willing now to join my study.
Thank you. Let me take this chance to thank you all. We have really had a fruitful discussion. Hope we have not locked anybody out. We started as a big number. We decided to split into two so that because of the time factor. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Kubai. There was some announcements that he would like to make to us before giving our VC a chance.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us this morning at this inaugural conference meeting. And I believe our master's students have really gained a lot. For now, we will be having a closing ceremony in Theatre 3. So I kindly request all of you to transit to that hall, whereby we will be having our closing ceremony. Number 2, tomorrow is when we have the real things. It's when we are opening the main conference. And again, we request all our master's students to be there because this is where you get the techniques and strategies on how to do presentation. Today we have not quarreled you about the number of bullets, the details. Regan knows how much we do in our schools. So I believe Kipngeno, your colleague Silas, don't rush going back to Embu, and others. We need you here tomorrow for that purpose. Of course, I want to recognize the presence of our Vice Chancellor here, Professor Umana Zodiambo. He is a key researcher and he really supports us in research. On that note, I believe you have earned a great day. We earned lunch, we earned our tea, and for all those guys who have made this successful, please be our great ambassadors in the university. Tomorrow, when the visitors come again, you are the owners of Meru University of Science and Technology. So please don't tell somebody you don't know something because you know Kubai, you know Lillian, you know Asiago here, and you know Vitalis and everybody else. Just ask for information and let's lead our people to the right places so that our conference can achieve its objective. MUSTIC 2024 is a precursor for your graduation. You know it will be counted as one of the seminars. For those who have completed their manuscripts, I want now to go beyond my mandate. Please remember our graduation is in October and we are looking forward to see you. We know most of you have submitted their thesis and Lillian is here, can ascertain to that. Vice Chancellor, majority of the guys who are here actually are from sanitation program, and we believe they will be in our graduation list. Welcome. Let's proceed to the other, please. Thank you.